Oof. Socials posted. Discord stuff posted. Get the Twitch music rolling. All right, Monday stream. Let's be chill and casual. Yeah. So last time on painting Bulk Sisters, we were kind of chugging through the silver components, and we're still doing that. Where'd it go? Paul Silver. Or maybe a third of the way through. And then we got to do gold, which is a lot crazier. We gotta do silver, we gotta do gold, we gotta do detail correctives. We still got a ways to go, but like we are so wildly close. And a chunk of the off-stream stuff is done. We still have the flying units to finish. Probably be completely finished this well before the defilers drop, which means we'll be able to work on the enlightened that I have just on hand. didn't. Always nuns with guns, MG. What's up, Peacock? At least for now. Then we'll move on to some Zangor work. We're so close, though. I've even been varnishing stuff off stream just to, like, get it ready. I got a whole other bottle of varnish coming, too. It's gonna be awesome. I love that despite using soap, this brush is just splitting every time I touch anything with it. Super fun. I kind of painted scales. That was on my Fulgrim model that I used, the one I bought from Forge World. But that was more dry brush than anything else. Started it out at like a dark green, moved it up to a turquoise. Are you doing the Ninjan approach? Because he talked about the idea, which, I mean, it works because it is just from other art forms as well. I should probably grab the burgundy again. Do a little bit more on these. Do their backpacks and stuff. He talked about how like everyone's trying to get like flawless blends and stuff when the reality is you can just do like crosshatch, which is pretty much basic illustration. actually paint the texture instead of relying on the blend. See, I painted Canoptic, and I went ham with their textures. Non-metallic brass and stuff. At some point I am gonna maybe need to switch tact. Go back to illustration for a bit. Because I have not updated anything on that side of what I do for a while. Ah, nice. What up, Fiat? I'm hoping we at least get the silver done today. The gold's probably going to be the hardest part, honestly. There's a lot of these units that have just like tons of gold all over them. You get the magic game to work yet? Does it cost money? I might try to... I don't know. It's on Steam, but it didn't get, like, on the page of Steam, right? Like, I remember it was supposed to come out, and I was like, alright, Spellcaster Chronicles, whatever. But the day it released, I hopped on Steam, and it wasn't even on their front page. So that's already kind of a bad sign when your game hasn't even, like, didn't get enough interest to hit, like, the brand new out type stuff. That's just a bad look. Well, Marathon Server Slam released. And that kind of came and went. People got into it day one and then kind of bailed on it. You gonna play Marathon? I've been trying to figure out where Marathon's trying to land in the scope of extraction shooters. And from the sound of it, with how the Server Slam went, I think they're trying to be an extraction shooter that has more PvE than PvP. Maybe. We'll see, because people complained about that, so that might change. I thought it could be cool because it looked like the world, when some of the videos I was watching, it looks like the world interacts during the fights. Like if combat starts in a building might change its layout a little bit with like blast doors and stuff as the alarms are going off and things, where it's just like, but then, like, I've watched a lot of people playing it and I never see that happen outside of like the trailer, which seems weird to me. Which, that feels weird, to show something in a trailer that doesn't seem to exist in the game itself. Like a cool concept. Like, check this out. This is how a fight feels in our game, and then you actually play the game, and that's not at all how it feels. Well, it's more like, because there have been court cases against companies who show stuff in a trailer that doesn't exist in the game that they fully release. Right? Like, if they don't have the little thing on the trailer, like the little sign that's like, hey man, what you see is not exactly indicative of what's in the game. But like, man, because it was a scene where it was like 3 people walking through a building and then an explosion goes off on a table, and the moment it happens, the windows to their left, like all the shutters close, and I was like, wow, that's actually kind of cool. Because I love multi-layered crap like that, where when you're about to engage a team, you can kind of talk to your friend and be like, yeah, the moment we shoot, this is going to happen, so be in this position. It creates a level of skill that's based on map knowledge, which is like really good. It's really fun sounding. To go from that to just like, oh yeah, we're not doing that. Oh, you bastards. I couldn't really get into Monster Hunter. And PoE I fell out of. Just felt too repetitive. Not a lot of intrigue in that map section, at least when I was playing it. They probably expanded it by now. And Monster Hunter was just boring on repetition. It's just a constant farm for the gems to try to make a set that works. The only real end game was to try to have like 10 or 15 sets to be able to fill a bunch of different roles and ideas. I don't know. At some point, I'm just like, nah. Oh, thank you. I play the game with my lance and spear. My secondary weapon was a gun lance. So, like, either ranged version of me or close ranged version of me. That was it. I feel like I already had my best Monster Hunter moment, so it's like I'm fine with it being what it is. I think it was in Rise. It was the big boss of the original release of Rise before they expanded it. Where it does that big explosion about halfway through its fight. And the whole thing is just like, you have to be up on these rocks to not take damage. Which, can we talk about how that's just like a dumb mechanic to have this epic moment? And to literally have the one thing that stops it be one of the easiest things you could do in the entire game is just to look up and then hit a button to the grappling hook up to the top. Like, are we that dumb now as a community? Like, do we just... Because I remember I stacked my shield frickin' enhancements and abilities in that game. And there was someone who, like, screwed up coming to the top. So I jumped down with my shield just before the explosion and did the advanced shielding ability with them behind me and took the blast for them. And I didn't take damage. My stamina bar was gone, but... like, that was kind of cool. But to a degree, I feel like that's kind of peak Monster Hunter. It's just being able to do that with a shield. Save that person's life. Not like it mattered. We didn't have any losses by that point. We were on our way to an easy victory. I think I blocked the mouth water laser thing that that one like ferret like monster does from hitting someone, and that was probably about the only other thing I did that was like, ooh, this is what Monster Hunter can be. But then all the fights were just super easy, so it didn't matter. Why is my phone buzzing? Oh, I think my blue tack's here. Normally I don't get shipments in the middle of the day. Because I think with my defilers I am going to try some blue tack tricks for the airbrush. This brush could be so much better if it would just stop immediately splitting apart once I touch anything with it. Like, it holds shape up until you touch a surface, and that's crazy to me. Alright, I gotta have a different one. Problem is I still have a ton of my old brushes in the box that I pulled my new brushes out of. So I might have grabbed some of the old ones I haven't thrown away yet. For one reason or another. Because sometimes it's fine. Like, sometimes the way a brush works is just like, ah, this works for a dry brush. And a split surface layer brush is great for dry brush work. Got the earpieces right. Keep forgetting the earpieces on these, although I can always just go back and do them later. I never hear too much good about Smite, because I always feel like every time I was looking into Smite, and it was usually during the their advertising cycles where they were trying to get content creators to be like, yo, Smite, it's awesome, right? It was like they had a competitive scene, they cut the funding to it out of nowhere. it became more about the crossovers that they were never getting. So they would try to find like random ones. I think one of the big ones was what? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And now it's more about just trying to hold on as a game than anything else. Because there's not a lot of public interest in the game anymore. I don't know, it sucks. My friends and I, before Gigantic was a thing, actually, I think, we played a game called Monday Night Combat that was actually really good. And then something, like, happened to it where they had to change they had to, like, resell it or something. The company behind it, like, lost control of it somehow. And they were like, nah, we have to keep it going. So they made another version of it. Or something, like, it was weird. We played the hell out of Monday Night Combat, man. That was fun. It was stupid, but it was fun. Are you not into, what's the new frickin' Valve MOBA? Keep forgetting its name. I think it's out. I've seen people play it occasionally. A lot of streamers I know, they won't stream it because no one wants to watch it streamed, apparently. Because it's just hyper confusing for, like, the average viewer. But they enjoy playing it. And everything I've heard about it makes it sound a lot like Gigantic. But with, like, an extra layer that almost feels unnecessary. Because if you remember how Gigantic worked, it was, like, just far enough into MOBA territory where it wasn't just super annoying to play. Having to think of, like, your items, your levels, all that stuff. There was still the level of it of, like, oh, everyone on the enemy team has heals, so maybe I should go poison kind of situation. And if I go poison, let me tell my teammates that they don't have to go poison because I've got good AoE poison. So they can go more pure damage, and I'll be restricting the heal output. Yeah, Deadlock. I've seen a lot of people playing it. Alright, if I want to paint, we're good here. Like, I watch a pretty large group of streamer friends who, like, as a big group, they all kind of intermingle and play games together, and most of them talk about how they love playing Deadlock together, but they will never stream it. But I've watched them end stream, like when they have like a really good stream going, like lots of people watching, lots of stuff going on. They'll get a message from someone in their group that's like, we're about to play Deadlock, you want to play? And they'll be like, guys, I'm ending stream. Because I really want to play Deadlock, and I know you guys don't want to watch it. Oh, the shooting intensiveness. Yeah, no one does melee like frickin' Gigantic did melee. I remember when everyone was talking about that, like, the successor game to it being made by the fans. Project Momentum or whatever the hell it was called. They're like, check out the video. It feels just like Gigantic. And it didn't. It didn't at all. Watching the characters do, like, the most basic of melee animations. How stiff everything looked and felt in combat. I was just like, oh, no. Yeah. New Daughters of Cain stuff. Is that today? Any of it good as demon conversions? Because I do love me some sister demonettes. Or Daughters of Cain demonettes. I got excited for Project Stamina because everyone was hyping it up, and then they finally put out a video of it where they were like, this is how cool it is. And it was not cool. It's like they completely misunderstood what made Gigantic interesting. My ability to read what my opponent was doing in combat has never been higher than when I played Gigantic. And that felt so good. I think the current Daughters of Cain rule is, hey, have you survived to turn 3? Congratulations, you've got a good bonus. Which that is not that is not a great way to manage a team in AOS. I'm glad I have access to my Spearhead without buying the Disciples of Tzeentch Codex, though. The new Spearhead does sound pretty good. Or at least relatively okay. Being able to augment the Zangor hit and wound numbers by just being in certain positions or hitting things with the Enlightened, so good. That was exactly what I was looking for out of Zangor enhancement. Well, the one video I saw was of the chick that uses the double fan weapon. And I know she was melee. And her whole thing was just she would run at people and then it was the same, like, left, right animation. Whereas if you ever played Taito, right? Like, if you ever played Taito in a match, you sort of realized the way that the devs for Gigantic figured out how characters should be animated was less about the character and more about the weapon, right? So interacting, how familiar are you with, like, how games are built and, like, the terminologies of tech used? Because a lot of what Gigantic did was utilize, how do I put this? Procedural animation, where it's less about the character being fully animated, right? Where it's just like, all right, you're stepping forward, step, 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 that's your animation. And when you see a character with that animation go up a flight of stairs, it's literally the same animation up the stairs, right? Like, there's nothing special about it. But the way they decided to do it in Gigantic was the bottom of the feet were what mattered. And the rest of the body was told, like, well, this is where your knee bone joint is and stuff. So when you're going up a flight of stairs, the ball would go how far forward it was supposed to go. But because it was going up at an angle over stairs, it would brush over top of it and then step down, and the leg would be in a whole different position than anything that could have just been flat animated, because it was just about that more than anything else. And then when you go into the melee, the weapon was like, all right, well, if your feet are here, your weapon is here, and it's facing this direction. The weapon itself is the damage. So if you swing, the first swing has to do this. So if you're kind of like lunging or on uneven surfaces, your character would animate slightly differently in the melee. So you would see, like, the different lunges and stuff based on facing and directionality of the hand and wrist for the weapon. It didn't matter about the body. You could watch the feet. You could look at the feet of your opponent and the weapon they had and the way it was facing, and that's how you knew exactly what they were doing. At least in Melee. This was how I was able to play Ramsey so well, because Ramsey was a dodge master. So seeing like, okay, wrist forward and there, okay, he's coming at me, dodge, and you get your iframe out. Like, it was just so much easier than, you know, going from flat character to suddenly just like swing, swing, swing. Like it's even like animation cancels. Like if you're running at someone and your fans are back and then all of a sudden you go swing mode and they just go from back to immediately swing, swing, swing. It's not as interesting. No, they wouldn't have. It's not easy to do. It's a lot of programming to get the procedural animation to work. Because it can go... Procedural animation can go really haywire. Right? Like, if a leg doesn't understand how it's supposed to be placed back down during a procedural animation movement, you can suddenly have, like, a character model just, like, flailing about, and it's not great. It's so much easier just to be like, well, this is the attack animation, this is the movement animation, this is the jump animation. But I play Taito, and I played Taito a lot, and when you use Taito and you're doing like his flip leaps and stuff, it doesn't feel like you're going between animations. It feels like it's almost a readable amount of stuff where his leap was like he puts his sword down and then his feet kick up off the ground. From position. Like, it's not like it changes an animation loop. It just, you see them go from whatever they were doing to all of a sudden flipping towards something. You trying to hack my computer, bro? Do they call it Afterlife Game because they're trying to make it gigantic? This is a lot of the gigantic elements, but again, it is just animation. But holy shit, this is so close. What is this? It's a little bit procedural at the very least. Like, the upper bodies are animated different from the lower bodies, so when people are walking around, it still feels right. There's got to be a story here. This has to be like a, hey, we're the devs from Gigantic kind of situation. Let me check the discussion page. Sounds like the balance is garbage. Oh my god, it's Falco. Falco played the trip that I was able to counter pretty easily as Margrave. I made Falco quit a game once as Charnock because her team sucked. And I was shredding her. Every time she tried to kill me on Charnock, I would outplay it. I knew she was playing Trip, and I would just sit near freaking cliff edges. And the moment I heard her lightning, I would just hit the burst back. Go up a flight, and then just end her with... Because you could see her. Because she'd run in, my burst back would light her on fire, which meant you could see the damage numbers. So even if she went back to stealth, I was just chugging fireballs at her as she was leaving until she died. And then halfway through the game, I just see like Falco's left game. It's interesting. Definitely trying to capture a little bit more of what made Gigantic what it was. But yeah, everyone's complaining about the balance, or at least two people are complaining about the balance. Saying everyone makes it sound like it's an ocean of people. It's two people. There are two people who said that Archer is unfun to play because of the poison build, and the poison build's too strong. I see elements of the Gigantic animation in it, but it's still a little stiff, still a little rigid. Could be cool, but the world may never know. They look kind of basic. Are they? It sounds like they're archetypal. You have like the winged archer, the on foot melee. Is there a grenade on this one? Balance is hard to achieve, man. Even if you have like a history and competitive and a vision of it, it's still like super hard to achieve. Consider how weirdly deep the numbers for Gigantic went. Like, there had to have been a person on the team looking at balance that just had like the most TISM ever. Like, we were at a place where they were like, yeah, you get like 22% defense bonus. It's like 22, that's very specific. Why is it 22? What's the difference if it's 22 or 25? Dude, we have chess 2.0. Like, they've even been changing chess to try to keep it interesting. They, like, added a rule to it, like, a few years back. Which is basically just a response to people being like, chess is a solved game. It's like, alright, well, let's add a rule to it. Now it's not solved anymore. But yeah, like, balance is difficult. You have to get it close enough. Right? Close enough. The counters have to be there. So if the poison archer, like they're saying, is near impossible to beat because of like his ability to get away, it makes playing melee not fun because, like, every fight is basically against a poison archer, and that poison archer just shoots you with an arrow, then flies away. Like, what's the point? Then maybe there's something that needs to be looked at for the heroes, because, like, with Margrave, yeah, ranged wasn't fun when they were shooting you, but, like, part of it was you wanted the range to shoot at you because you could just put up your shield and not take any damage. You know, at which point the range is dealing with you versus anyone else on your team. And you had your leap, so you could technically catch up with them. Dude, anything 40k is a dice game. I spent a whole game, like, I understand at least enough of 40k to, like, realize that redundancy rules are some of the best things you can apply to something that needs to fill a role. So I took a Predator with the las cannons and my Thousand Suns into a game, right? My opponent had an MVB, which I don't really run MVBs because every time I run an MVB, I just roll poorly and it dies to, like, bolt gunfire. So I don't really want to run an MVB. They're expensive, and it's all about the one thing you're going to roll that could, like, not happen, right? So I took the Predator because if you shoot something with a magical ability, the Predator rerolls hits and damage. The Top Gun comes with reroll wound. That's a lot of redundancy on 3 las cannon shots. And I spent 3 rounds shooting an MVB with it and did like 4 damage. Because I had to reroll everything. Like, actually everything. All the time. I never rolled high enough to deal with it. Which is literally 3s and 3s. That's all you gotta roll on dice. 3 dice per 3s and 3s, and I had to reroll all of it. And then the MVB would save like 1 or 2 of the hits, and then my actual damage hit would be the lowest roll damage into a reroll of the lowest roll damage. It's a goddamn dice game. Granted, the MVB did fuck all. It is difficult to balance range than melee, but like Taito was good into ranged because Taito had the mobility to not care. And they usually give most melee an ability that feels like it's meant to deal with ranged. Because, like, think of how Taito worked, where he had that, like, throwable weasel. The throwable weasel you could teleport to. So, like, you would just chuck the weasel at someone who was hanging out. Like, you could chuck it at a Votan hiding up on top of a pillar. And then all of a sudden you were just on Votan. Or on, not Votan, Voden. Jesus Christ. 40k and gigantic, overwhelming each other. You would just teleport to the top of the pillar, start fighting, and if Voden leapt away, you had your kickflip. And you could follow him. It was beautiful. Wonderful, even. So it's all about the tools in the toolbox, and the melee guy in this game just looks like he has Margrave's abilities and no one else's. Which Margrave has the one thing that helps him with ranged. One. His running charge doesn't help him with ranged. His running charge mostly helps him survive. Since it usually ups his armor and then he's able to get the hell out. I already did a melter right. How did I do it? Lift red. Okay. Which, I mean, that's not bad if, like, you have other teammates and some teammates are more meant to deal with it. But all I'm seeing is video of, like, the same 2 or 3 heroes from that trailer. So I don't know. Maybe there's just not enough. I don't know. This is why properly, like, competitive games are probably some of the hardest things to balance for in gaming. Because you get it wrong, man. Everyone's out. Famous Gigantic. No. Apparently they are going forward with like season 3 of competitive with like all 500 people that play it. Why are you setting goals for yourself? Just paint, bro. I always hate like goals, right? Like the mini pledge thing that they're doing. I get it. It's a great way to like generate community buzz and all that. But the reality is you're also having people set expectations in a singular moment for themselves that are going to end in the result of, oh, I'm not getting close. And then you just get that like self-disappointment feeling, at which point you've like tied that element to the game you're trying to like get some hobby stuff done for. Like yesterday I was debating going live because I was like, I should probably paint. But then I was like hanging out. I was cleaning up my room. I was varnishing some stuff occasionally. I was like, I'm not streaming. Let me get all this busy work done instead. So much more worth. Now, playing games, I try to at least set like once a week. One of my buddies is slowly gluing all of his stuff together because he wants to be able to like meet up and play us at 2K. Like one-on-one, not just having to set a timer for everyone to be able to come together, but be like, alright, let's meet at the store at like 5 o'clock or something. Yeah, I gotta dust and vacuum in my room. Now that I've got the airbrush hood, like a lot of the problems I was having in my room with dust, because like my old filter system wouldn't work that well. It did okay, but it wasn't overly good. But now that I've got like the new filter system that actually does really well, I kind of want to like super dust my room at this point. The last 2 times I've done airbrushing with that filter on, I've had like no weird dust appear in the area. Buddy's done his Triarch Stalker, I think, where he's building it maybe. Let's do another Melt-A-Gun. Let's actually try to get most of the heavy weapons out of the way. So what was the 40K rumors going around that I keep hearing? Should be getting a data slate, what, 2 days from now? I thought they usually come out on Thursdays, though. And then 11th is going to be announced or something this month. Rumor mill is going on fire. Full blast. Because where we were like still 2 codexes away. But maybe that's part of the announcement, is that most of the codexes should still stand into 11th. They'll probably get updates at some point, but until then you'll just have your full codex and it'll be completely compliant. Because we're supposed to get the Salamander's Codex, I thought. It's gotta feel bad for Salamander's players, right? Like, Salamander's Codex incoming, but now everyone's talking about the orcs for 11th edition. They're not even going to get their day in the limelight of people being like, ooh, new codex. Straight on to the next thing. I'm intrigued by the path forward. It's going to be a big step to see if they regress back to needing to purchase the rulebook to even be able to play the game, or if they're still going to be like, oh yeah, rules are just in the app. Buy the rulebook with the starter set if you want. Or maybe they tie like the Crusade rules into the rulebook and just don't put it in the app. Give you a reason to purchase the rulebook for something extra beyond just the regular play rule. It was a big moment for him. Shortly after Wizards of the Coast basically shot themselves into the foot like 10 times in a row. Then Games Workshop comes out and is just like, nah man, it's cool. We're thinking of you, the people. be fun to see if they shift back to... Oh, by the way, everyone, we're a company. Just quick reminder. Number must go up. We're probably also going to have to take stock of what parts we have for conversions. I'm going to have to see if I can order green stuff too. None of the local places I know of have green stuff. Short of me having to drive a half hour to one of the stores that might. Let's actually do the other melt-a-gun. We got to get ready for those. Got to have the stuff on hand. We got to have the things we kind of know we want to try to use. Like, I I gotta grab all my Myrmidon shields out, because those are probably going to be wanted. Have to go through my Thousand Suns bits, see if we can do any more of those like relief sculpture style stuff. Finished. But yeah, Peacock, I keep seeing you post your Necron stuff in the Discord. And it keeps throwing me off because my buddy's also building very similar selections of Necrons. So I'm like, oh, my buddy's posting in my Discord. And I'm like, oh, wait, it's Peacock. Keeps throwing me off. Nah, steaming map more important than steaming mop. I like reading my maps with ambiance. I mean, if you got the floor for it. Freaking steamers are great. Just, you know, tell them you don't want the Cleveland variety. They'll be confused at first if you're wearing that tank top. You know the one. I'm still not 100% sold on air purifiers. I think it only gets like a little bit of dust. I feel like you need to put one in the dead center of almost every room that you're in order to actually like minimize the dust in your house. Like, I have one right next to me. I still have to swipe up dust on my computer table that's right there. So the question is, if I stop using it, will the dust be worse? Will it be the same? You out there in the middle of like sandstorms and wildfires, just window open. Should introduce you to my spirit animal. My parents bought a house like 2 minutes from here that's up on top of a hill. The difference in wind is night and day. Like down here, you go for a walk, you're fine. Everything's cool. And then I'll drive over to their house to be like, hey, how's it going? You park, you hop out of your car, you gotta hold on to your hat. Every dog in that neighborhood, when it's being walked, like closes its eyes to just walk around. It's too much wind. Dude, every dog up there just looks like it's smug as hell because it can't open its eyes when it's outside. It's too windy. You just call them derp stalkers then. Just be like firing with my derp stalkers. Incoming volley from my derp stalkers. Nah, you got a casino cannon like the rest of us, man. You gotta hoist the entire potential of the game you are playing on the back of a D3. It's the only way to do it. That's why I might go back to MVBs. Either that or I'm gonna lean into my double Forge Fiend play. What's the points value on them? I'm pretty sure they're less expensive than Forge Fiends, which are harder to hide. D3 shots blast. Same profile, basically. Although I think my strength is higher than yours. I think it's strength 10, AP3 damage 3. Whereas I think yours are what, like lethal hit, strength 8 or something? Yeah, Forge Fiends have 3d3, so I'm baseline 3 versus your baseline 2. And I could technically go higher than you. But my strength bracket is not high enough that it's good. Like a lot of things people use get straight through it. Strength 14. Is that your Doomsday? Or I thought you said Doomstalker. Are you talking Doomsday Arc? You shouldn't be AP 3 damage 3. They're strength 14 on the little walking guys? I thought they were strength 10. Jesus. So 4 more strength over me, which puts you in the ballpark of easily being able to handle anything big. It's just down to the casino moment. Rolling those numbers of attacks. Yeah, that's why they're called the casino cannon. $140 points versus my, I think, 150 or 60. How many wounds? Toughness? Pretty sure you've gotten invuln too on those things. Ooh, my guys are 10 points cheaper than yours. T8 12 versus T10 12. Oh yeah, Forge Fiends get the edge a little bit there. Not bad. You get the 1 gun with the high strength, I get the 3 guns with the middling strength. Which is fine. It's able to kill war dogs. Delicious. I want to get back into running an armored division, which will probably involve my Forge Fiends, and depending on their stats, like we need to see the stat reveal. We need to see the new Defiler stat reveal. See what they do to them. Because the detachment I used to run, the Vashdor detachment, people were having a really easy time with it in tournaments when they were running multiple Defilers. Like, that's how it worked. Defilers have the issue of moving around. The Vashdor detachment lets you send a vehicle through a wall. No more issue getting around. It's just the way it works. But if the new ones come with the Titanic keyword, letting them go through walls or whatever, the super heavy keyword, then they could become more universally interesting. What up, man? We doing the silver. I got most of your stuff varnished that I've already painted, so it's already pretty set. Now we're just trying to get through this and then off streaming the Zephyrum. We can try. I mean, if you want to do like 2Ks and stuff and get kind of away from the 2v2s if no one else is around. When you say you have extra time, is it like I could show up midday on a Friday and we could just play a game? At which point, that's fine. I still want to play Mercurial. I think people are figuring out how Mercurial is supposed to work. I think Mercurial is like a halfway point between Peerless and Rapid. Oh, okay. Nah, man, he cleaned his room. Fiat cleaned his room. No, yeah. Peacock. Just out here milking dogs, man. When you making that an emote, Fiat? Just a dog spraying milk everywhere. There's a lot of stuff like that, though. Peacock. There's like so many units in the game that are like, they're okay. But then you go the detachment that's meant for them, and you're like, yeah. And then they get nerfed in that detachment, like the frickin' MVBs and Chaos Spawn. And then everything feels bad. If you do it right, it won't be terms of service. What you gotta do is you make one emote be like a dog that's kind of like leaning up or something. And then you make a second emote that's like the animation of milk squirting. That might be the one that gets TOS'd after a while. Because I imagine if someone has it, like, I don't know, user. And then he goes to another chat and he finds a way to like mix it with eggplant. Next thing you know, you're getting yelled at. It'd be called Fiat Dog, Fiat Milk. Fiat cream, maybe. Fiat cream. Sounds like something for a sports rash. The commercial would have like Peyton Manning in it. Even though I'm retired, I still occasionally get sports rash. That's why I carry Fiat cream with me everywhere. What, a bottle of Fiat cream? For a while there, you weren't allowed to do like emotes as like a single letter. I don't know, I've seen a lot more random streams doing it where they get a single letter out as an emote. Twitch be lacking. One more heavy weapon, and then we're into like fairly easy things. I'm gonna have to off stream do all the silver on the Zephyr. Oh, nice. I still want to do the lights in my freaking Helldrakes, because it'll be easy. They're already very hollow as a model. You got to put a flight stand in them if you want to hook them together. So if I can just put the LED on the end of the flight stand, I'd be solid. Gotta get the kind that responds to sound. Start blasting friggin' techno beats. The inside of your monolith is just like Thinking Iron Wars? I mean, yeah, at this point. It'll probably involve the Defiler that's part of it, and then the new models. Be sick if they were like the only way you can get the Defiler is to buy this box set. I'd be like, cool. I'm gonna have to wait for the Defiler pre-order again. You bastards. I gotta say, I hate your heavy weapon troops. So much silver. One more heavy bolter to go, though. I can see them do it. It'll be him, the Mutalists, the new leader, and a squad of the new Iron Warriors. Perfectly aligned so that you would want to buy 3 of the starter boxes in order to maximize your Mutilators, your Defilers, the new leader type. Maybe there'll be 2 squads of Iron Warriors in that situation. Well, someone said the big rumor now was for the 11th launch, we're going to get a ton of new orc models. Which is like, what? What? An army that already has way too many models? I can't wait. The boys refresh. Do you think your regular orc troop doesn't look cool enough? Be prepared to buy 1,000 of them. They come in boxes of 5. Is he back on him? Jesus. I see him occasionally post that he's playing Magic the Gathering. Or at least collecting Magic the Gathering. He's all about print error collection. Where the company accidentally sends out a pack that's like misaligned completely. Hey man, I knew you struggled with addiction. Do you want to start buying Warhammer again? So we'll have to figure out, because I know Aaron's probably going to be down. But I feel like every time we ask Aaron, or every time Aaron brings up when he's going to be able to play, it's always like, oh, I can be there at like 8 at night. It's like, all right, man. I get it. You're married. But like, holy shit. You're asking me to go through a 3-hour high mentality strategic game starting at 8 p.m. Well, usually at 8 p.m., that's when I'm turning that mentality off. Like, TV's on, and we're just hanging out. This is why when we used to play, we'd always set up in the morning and play the game throughout the day. I mean, I could get under like 30 minutes if I just rush down mid. I just got to get the pre-plan together for positioning for scoring if I want to get it for scoring. No grenade on the belt. Word. You talking about Aaron with his the prates? Quite enjoyable watching him be like, all right, maybe the prates this round. I think we are at the point of the game where we can't bring up anymore and be like, so what's the point of doing it? I do also think partially the tone we take when we're like, so what's the point of doing that, makes it feel like we're saying that there is no point. Which, sometimes. But at the same time, there's also that moment of like, we just want you to articulate that you're putting them there because they're going to go in your turn to get on the objective and start wreaking havoc. Like, as long as you can tell us that, we're good. Like, you can throw them there, we don't care. All I'm gonna say is when he was putting down his rhino with the berserkers in it, I pointed to where I wanted it to go because it would have been awesome, and he put it on the others. I just let him cook at this point. Let's do it. Just let him cook. I don't think Karn works at friggin' 1k though. A unit like that just straight up kills its own units when he's not in a rhino, I don't know if 1k is a good spot for that. Like, if you have to be afraid of putting him on the field... He's probably good, but you have to send him in. Like, you just have to be ready to go. Which, if he started in mid, would have been the moment. When he was like, let me move my slaughter bound up. I would have been like, alright, send the rhino in too. I'll be behind you. Frickin' move my screamers up, body block your land raider. Is it just that the God Hammer thing goes through walls, not people, or does it go through everything? Yeah, so I'd have to like weirdly position to prevent your Land Raider from joining into the fray easily. Forcing a slightly longer charge that's still probably reasonable. He could have. I told him my guys had frickin' scout. They were going to be up against the wall at the beginning of the game. He could have just readjusted. Yeah, I have the one where a vehicle can go through people in rapid evisceration. Apparently it's not walls, it's just people. Still has its own value. When I picked my my triple redeploy as my ability, that's when my brain clicked and was like, oh, I can just throw stuff down anywhere on the field. And I can just deploy afterwards. And it officially became the most valuable ability that I had on the field. I was like, yes. I can give my partner the most vision of everything that the enemy has on the field before they even start setting things down. So the excuse can't be, I had no idea where my enemy was putting their units. And then I can just reassess. Let's do it. How's that? What the hell is that? Well, Aaron has the DDAs, and the DDAs for him kind of need to be set up afterwards so that he can put it in the best possible spot. Although he keeps kind of putting it forward and a little open. Didn't matter that much for us. But if we were rocking some like long-range las cannons or something, he would have had issues. Yeah, he just put it in the corner. I didn't expect it. That stuff's not supposed to go in until the end. And you usually have at least 1 or 2 pockets in mind for it. And then if the enemy drops something that's worthwhile to hunt, then you just know which pocket you're going to. But if he's just dropping it for the line of sight, he's just telling his opponent where to drop theirs for the counter. He really did. Dude, all I had to do was step out, start flooding. Get hosed by blast. Next time we play, I'm going to bring my Knight Castigator list. Run it down mid. Just my version of a Norn. Sit him on middle objective, keep shooting everything in the area. I don't know. A Nornon home with the feel no pain of like 4 is insane. Glad you're enjoying the tunes. So Fiat, as an avid player of Battlefield, how's it feeling in general? Because, I don't know. When I first started playing it, like, back with the beta, I was like, it's okay. But now that I'm watching you play it, I'm like, oh no. It just feels like it's going more and more downhill. You gonna look for a competitive community at some point so you actually have people to talk to? Because, by God. Boom, boom, boom. Baptized in the river. Still sticking with. You ever gonna play the Battle Royale side of it, or is that just like a non-starter? I remember they pushed it for a while as like the big thing for them, and then I just haven't seen much of anyone talking about it since. Did I do the top of the whips in silver? No. Well, I remember them, like, the messaging between the team and the development of the game and what we keep seeing is just so weird. Because they were like, oh yeah, we heard the community and we want everything to be very, like, grounded in military concept. But then, like, they try to drop an armor that feels a little Fortnite-y. They get pushed back and they're like, oh, okay, we won't do it. They dropped the frickin' Battle Royale mode that has, like, loot boxes brought to you by Razer, RGB lights all over them. It's like, okay, man. No, they got you because you're a Zoomer. Like, you can feel it. They want the Fortnite money. They keep trying to move towards it. These are the easy to paint silvers. Next to no silver detail needed. Make sure I didn't screw up the purple on this one. It is interesting to watch Battlefield, though. It feels like vehicles just aren't good. But at the same time, they are. Like, I feel like you keep getting screwed over when, like, a tank shows up. But then, like, 90% of the times when people are driving around on tanks, they just immediately blow up. It's very peculiar. Because I used to play NG all the time in Bad Company. Would hunt the hell out of tanks. I do the pre-fire trick that you used to be able to do with the missiles. I don't know if that's still in the game. Because you had your lock on with the missiles, but you could actually fire the missile first. And then as it's going by the vehicle, you could hit the lock on it, which would immediately turn your missile into it. That way you sort of like outplayed the... you outplayed their ability to pop like the flares and stuff, so you could just hit vehicles pretty easily. Grenade check. No grenades. Oh, my back. Winter weather advisory. What the fuck? We getting snow again at some point? Dude, it cold snapped hard. It was like 78 yesterday. It's 30 right now. I mean, I personally prefer the cold. I'm a cold weather person. When it's hot, I get really sluggish. No, yeah, hit me with that fall. Hit me with fall weather all the time. Like, I can't do 90. Especially locally, because 90 degrees locally is 90 with like 90% humidity. You're basically just living while sizzling. Grenade check. Did they do anything with the, like, interesting with the classing in Battlefield? I know when I played the beta, I had like a few moments where I was like, okay, this could be cool if you could kind of custom build your variant of whatever class you were playing. But like Recon was like, oh, you want to use sniper rifles, but your passives were more about like SMGs and playing close. So it was very weird to me. But the menu for like picking your class had all these like sub slots in it, and I was like, oh, maybe they'll add more. But I don't know if they did. You could always use all the guns in any class. You just wouldn't get the bonuses if you used the wrong ones. that kind of sucks. I feel like they had the opportunity for me to be like, well, I want to play the stealthy recon class, the close range stealth recon class. Versus the sniper variant. Looks like that kind of appealed to me ideally, but yeah, I didn't see that they made any change to sort of create that situation, which kind of sucks. It's not even the sniping side of it. Like, I do like, back in the older systems, I would run DMRs from like mid and close, or I would like load out an SMG to be really nice and play more scrappy close range brawl as a recon. But like, it's because I had the options. There were value in some of the abilities to do that. But the last I checked, the sniper passive and leveling up function is just like, you have to snipe people to get the bonuses, and all the bonuses are sniper related. But your ultimate, which is that UAV, is only like a small area around you, so you have to play close to get the best benefit out of it. I mean, the SMGs felt good in the beta, at least until people discovered the shotgun meta, which maybe got nerfed. Because holy god. You be running around at full health, next thing you know, you're just dead to a single hit. And the feed is like, yeah, you got you with the shotgun. Not even slug rounds, just straight up buckshot from across the field. One of the streamers I was watching that was playing during the beta talked a small group of his friends who were playing with him into only using shotties for like a day. They were undefeatable in the small modes, like where it's like you versus 5 other people. It's like a 5v5 or some situation like that, or like a 10v10. Every single one of them just used shotguns, and that was the whole game. It was just see person, kill person. Grenade check. There we go. I don't know, probably the one thing that gets me though when I see you play and you go to your scoreboard is seeing that like the controller players are in it. And I know 9 times out of 10, in order to appease the console players who cross-play in these kinds of games, the companies that make them usually amp up the aim assist so much. Because I know you're talking about people like spinning around and instantly shooting you. There's at least a mild chance that that person doing that is on like a high sensitivity controller. And the moment you hit them, they just like flick over to you and then do whatever they need to do to snap to you, and then they just pull the trigger. That was actually a thing that was so strong in games like Apex Legends that pro level teams, quote unquote, would always try to field 1 to 2 players that were known for controller use over keyboard and mouse. Because playing in close range combat in Apex Legends, if you didn't have a controller, you would die, like, most of the time. It was just so much more vastly easy to deal with people in close range with the aim assist. Which is insane to me. And then I remember when Warzone came out and like all the big streamers were finding out that the aim assist in Warzone was so massive that like long-standing keyboard mouse players were just like, I guess I'm plugging a controller in. That was a thing, actually, in Destiny 2. Back when it was, like, first being played. Me and my buddies played it. And when competitive started becoming a thing, people found out that the aim assist was super strong. So, a lot of the people who were, like, looking to be really good at the PvP in that game would buy these attachments for their keyboard and mouse. And it would treat the keyboard and mouse like a controller. So it gave the keyboard and mouse the aim assist, which was just using the game's aimbot with a keyboard and mouse. Because every time you pulled the trigger in Destiny, it would like recenter on the character right after. So the moment they saw you, you weren't able to dodge anymore. Which turned the higher end PvP into finding the gun that could 3-tap anyone. And just use that. Call it a day. Dude, the snap rate was crazy. It was actually, it was a stat on the weapon. Like, there was a stat built into weapons about the aim assist being better or worse. So there was that one, like, 3-round burst DMR that had, like, an extremely high snap rate that everyone was using. The hand cannons were good, but it was that one, like, you used it when we were PvPing. You used it was like a 3-round burst DMR. And every time you pulled the trigger, it would just, like, be so good that it could just re-snap onto the person's head for every bullet. Like, we all got that weapon when we started PvPing, because it was just too good. I just remember leaping over top of a wall as a warlock and then using that giant super warlock shot and literally killing no one because you could shoot it out of the air. So everyone would just like shoot the big orb and then shoot the small orbs, and that was it. End of ulti. Felt good. Felt so good. And then the PvE, dude, I loved that the PvE in that game was like, you're playing Warlock? Fuck you. Like, almost all of the jump puzzles required double jump. And every Warlock that would spec into blink would just get screwed over since it would only ever blink you at the same height. And all of the jump puzzles were just like, you have to go up a floor. So, like, you had to respec to do, like, general missions. There were so many times where I would look up to try to go to where I wanted to go, and it would just be like, and you're under the platform. Came back for the that Queen expansion, and like the entire tower that you have to do for one of the fights is just like all jump puzzles. That was great. So fun for me. Stand on point, shoot object. I loved early on when the answer was like you needed specific guns, because if you didn't have them, you weren't going to get the DPS check. It was like that stupid multi-cluster missile launcher that we had to get from that one dungeon. That everyone was like, yep, this is basically it. Silver so close to done. We've got like 7 left. That was like when we played that one game. Fuck, what the hell was it? The third-person Eldritch horror shooter thingy, where it semi-generates like a world seed every time you start a new game. And we found out that the last boss, which we were having so much trouble with, was basically like you had to go in with a gun with the fire enhancement or else you weren't going to be able to beat him. That was such a dumb ending. I talked to a person on the podcast who brought up that game, and he was like, dude, that game was so good during the podcast. And I went, what? You really liked that last boss where you had to have a fire damage gun to beat it or else you couldn't defeat him? And he was like, okay, yeah, no, that was stupid. Yeah, man. Don't lie to the people. Don't trap them into buying a game they've never played before only to find out the last boss was a POS. He was a cakewalk, too. Like, fighting that boss meant nothing. But then finding out you couldn't damage him unless you had a specific gun was just like, what the hell, man? Half his abilities were just like, walk right. He missed you. Congratulations. Like, we kept going with that fight for a while. Just did no damage to him. Yeah, that's when you know the people making the game are brilliant at the world of balance. Like, I had a good build and everything for the weapons and gear that I had. It was super fun. Last boss, change it at all, man. Go all in on the fire damage. Ugh. This is the rest of the silver. Then we go from silver to gold. I think. Maybe gold to flesh. I tried looking up to see if they had Pro Acryl White. so I could get some more. Sold out. I might have to buy it through their website. I don't know. Amazon was sold out though. I'm gonna have to go take a leak here in a second. Move, stretch. Yeah, BRB. Let me put up the BRB screen for you people. Burb. I want to eat a snack, but all I have are these bananas and they're green, so I gotta wait for them to yellow up. They're getting there. Blue tack. Hell yeah. Giant ball of reusable putty. I've been trying to find a way to set up your Zephyrum or whatever, where I don't have to put them on their base when I varnish them, because the varnish will make the flight stand like a little bit foggy. So my plan is to just get like a piece of paper or something and put a bunch of blue tack on it, and then put a bunch of pins in the blue tack to then sit inside the robes of the Zephyr. So I can just varnish that way and then glue them to their bases later. Blue tack. And then maybe, just maybe, when we get my defilers, I'll have purpose to get this blue tack onto it. Maybe like screen some areas out and hit it with some fun color variants. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if there's a lot of value in doing it that way. Still kind of hungry though. Let me see if I got anything to munch on. The last of my lasagna. Here we go. Just a little bit more silver. At least on this side. Peel some of this up. The Zephyr I have also needs silver, but that's going to be kind of its own thing. I also got to kind of work on all those like extra hands. Makes it a little bit different. A little bit more of a struggle. I've already been kind of separating the magnetized hands so that I know which one needs what. Power weapons, plasma weapons. Hopefully everyone's doing alright today. Freaking Mondays, man. This is a mechanical arm. I'm gonna have to check around. Some of them have bionic parts. I have to make sure I got them all right. Like, yeah, we completely missed this one. You getting the new Dawn of War, buddy? Didn't we look into it and they had Last Stand, like, right off the rip? It should just be in there. If it's cheap enough, I'll get it straight up for the Last Stand. bottle of Zagna here in a second. Zags. Actually, while we eat, I think Peacock was talking about there being some new models we can take a look at. Always fun Warhammer community announcements we can just take a crack into. Feeling like we're only probably going to get through the silver today, because we're coming up on 3 hours of stream doing just that. Boom. Brain of Iron War for Cadia Gate. The new Defiler. The third book features new detachment for Chaos Space Marines, Chaos Knights, ooh, Imperial Knights, and Adeptus Mechanicus. So we're getting more detachments in book form. If I'm not mistaken, though, these new detachments are going to be just, like, accessible, right? Like, do I have access to the new Chaos detachment without owning those books? Because I do own the Chaos Space Marine Codex. Dude, holy shit, Chaos Space Marines have so many. Yeah, Huron's Marauders. There we go. Enhancements, everything accessible. So that could be cool. New Chaos Knights. Chaos Space Marines, whatever. I know someone at the store will probably be interested because it is most likely going to be Iron Warrior focused. And that is his army of choice. So, you know, cool. Daughters of Cain, though. Let's see how these models look. Is this just the new... No, this can't be the new squad for the sisters. It's a specific unit type. Shrine of Dark Tribute, which this is the redo of the model, I'm guessing. God, I love this model. That model looks so... Dude, this and this. So good looking. The winged ones also could be great for Drakari Scourges. We got the parts for them. That's the Avatar Arcane. Light version. That looks cool. Yeah, the first group's the new unit. This, I'm guessing, is the redo of the shrine that they used to have. Because the shrine, this is the Avatar Arcane model. Which I don't know. I'm guessing this is just the old one. This looks cool as fuck. I did not know this existed. Their new regiment, which is just a basic squad and a special leader. But yeah, that battle force. Marathi. I kind of wanted enough serpent legs to make some fun conversions for the Emperor's Children, but I don't know. This just looks so pog. So pog! Supposedly this is $111. And these are $40. And like I said, this guy, this one claw, from what everyone's looked at, this one claw is stronger than like 80% of the Tyranid data sheets. Prince Uriel. So just a re-overview of what's coming. The upgrade sprues. Dice are okay. I like this. This is nice. This is okay. I like the new Disciples of Tzeentch dice that have the Tzeentch mark on them, and they're like light blue, light pink. Those look really cool. Combat patrols. This one sucks so much. This one everyone's gonna buy. This one's gonna be hard to get. We live in a world where people are gonna buy it like 2 or 3 at a time. This not so much. This maybe a fair bit. This, like, I think almost everyone that wants Kroot has this. Like, I feel like everyone hopped on the Kroot bus and just bought into the battle box that was all Kroot. But that's the thing. So of all the factions in CSM that people really like, Night Lords is the big one for a lot of people. So they bulk purchase these. They don't run these as the Night Lord squad. They run them as legionaries or something. And they just like having a lot of them on hand. This is... So when we talk about like the weirdos that collect where they buy like 20 Rogel Dorns, right? Night Lords is the CSM version. Like, that's just how that works. Lord of the Rings. Would you like to buy stone? This is pretty baller. It's coming in here. Yeah. Treason. Oh, mini of the month. Not into. Ooh. Mini of the month isn't great. They were like, embrace chaos, so I thought we were gonna get something cool. Like one of the new Raider units or something. No, just an AOS model. That's all. beverage up. Ooh. I get it, but I don't like that paint scheme. Yeah, this paint scheme doesn't interest me. I got these. Scorpion helmet. This is a Slaneshi thing. This is like one of those harp axes that a demon uses, I think. New Sister Squad. These are the alternate paint schemes to what we're painting. This is kind of close to what I'm doing. So this is what you do when you don't want to paint. I've done this so much. You just do the baseline gray, and then you're like, alright. It's the castable light. That's the only thing that matters. Schnight Lords, Alpha Legion. World Eater, no, Word Bearer. What the hell? I don't like this model. Like in general, this the model didn't really hit me as an interesting one. Magic fingers. Ah. Someone loves the green. I also love green glowy weapons. Multi-faction, not bad. Not bad. Let's try to get through the silver though, so I can be done with it. Put something on. Walk on the indoor walking pad. Yeah, I've had it for a while. Like normally I just walk around the neighborhood. But when it's like fucking gross, like it kind of is today. I usually just put something on TV and just hit the walking pad. Like a full tread. You can get a walking pad with like a crossbar for handle, but I mean a full tread, you've got room for it. I don't. when I'm done with it, if I'm like, if it's nice enough out that I don't need to care about it anymore, I just slide it in the back or under the couch that I have and just walk outside. Put on that weird tank top in the lift, Fiat. Hit the gym. Go to like one of those orange light gyms that's going to talk to you about how it lights itself to be orange to maximize how good you look while lifting. To trigger the psychology of wanting to continue to lift. You can't just keep working out your dog milking muscle. Gotta go full body. Well, you're building a room in your house to work out. I mean, that's kind of the way to go, I guess. It's like saying, these gains are only for me. Me and me alone. Oh, you're doing a one of your rooms that you switch to during stream. But that's why people stream their workouts, man. The fans love hearing people going, build soundboards off that shit. Tossing a full volume hoya every once in a while. You gotta get the IRL backpack and go hiking. Which is a workout in of itself. You're basically carrying around a car battery in a backpack. That way it powers everything for like 5 to 10 hours. For IRL streamers, every day is leg day. Grenade check. To figure out. So you're saying Saturday full day, Friday probably night. Probably just post that up on our little Discord group convo. See what people are talking about. Because I'm pretty sure you just want to get some more straight up, just like 2K 1v1s in. Like, team play can be fun and stuff, but hey, there's not a lot of team play tournaments like 2v2 type stuff. Locally, at least. There was supposed to be one that I was going to, but then they changed it straight back to a 1v1 for some reason. So that kind of sucked. So we're not exactly learning a ton from doing 2v2s. Since we're kind of at that point where one person's always going to be making up for the other army's weaknesses, potentially. World Leader's not great at ranged. Guess what? Pretty much anyone that gets Jack gets to play with the greatest rules of all time. Could you imagine EC dealing with Death Guard as a bonus on top of it? Oof. Honestly, in like actual tournament play, 2v2, same table meta, I feel like that's the play, is to make sure one person's always playing Death Guard. I might still be here when you get back, maybe. Like I said, once the silver's done, I'm probably gonna bail so I can do some walking pad BS. Either way, we'll probably stream sometime tomorrow. Because we're getting close. Yeah, because we're down to 4 people. Getting the polished silver on them. But yeah, post varnish. It does the same beneficial thing like it does with my my Thousand Suns, where it like flattens the metallic a little bit. Makes it feel more like a straight up color. It's pretty nice. Quick grenade check. This one will be really fast. No face mask component. Just shoulder pipes. The Plasma pistol. Let me do this. more to go. Your chainsword. Dude, it's just banger after banger in my playlist. I don't know, man. This was basically how I used to paint when I was a kid. Just music like this on. This is my realm of nostalgia. 2 more. Almost missed the pistol handle. The pistolo. Grenade check. This will be a quick one. Bolters aren't certainly lacking in detail. There's always a little bit of touch-up I gotta do. Neck tubes. Earpieces. savor the moment. Looking for other needs. No other needs. Fix that upper arm. earpieces. And then we done for today. Probably when I'm done working out, I'm just going to sit down and work on the silver on the stuff I'm working on the side. Because those are coming together. Just need silver and some of the blue correctives in areas. And then we can work on the leather on them. And they'll be done. Getting there, though. Getting there. It's literally this chunk and then the chunk of Zephyr over here, and that's it. Ugh. 'Cause like I said, the varnish came out really nice. I feel like it actually darkened the tanks a little bit. Pushed it more towards that like red wine look. So it's nice. Freaking super wine-like wings. Oh yeah, it's like slightly just better. I love, dude, Army Painter matte varnish, so good. So good. Ugh. Yeah. Let's get some working out in. So I'm not here for like another 4 hours just sitting in a chair. I'm already swole. I just got to get rid of the fat over top of it. It's like unwrapping a package. My freaking leg muscles are insane. Tack ball. Alright, yeah, we might stream tomorrow. Always check the Discord. Don't think I have anything that would get in the way of it, though. So until then, later, bitches.